Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Timișoara. Your Excellency, Mr. President Josipovic, estimated ministers, Your Excellency, Madam and Mr. Ambassadors, Mr. Mayor of Timișoara City, Mr. President of the Timiș County Council, Mr. Prefect, estimated representative of the local and regional administration, dear guests from abroad, estimated guests from business and social environment, dear colleagues. I welcome you all on behalf of the West University of Timișoara and our co-organizer, New Strategy Center, and our main partner, the Timiș County Council, for the 5th edition of the Security Challenge in the Balkans Conference. I consider that it's the duty of the university to pick up emerging subjects such as security and to open them to the public understanding. After the 77 years since the West University of Timișoara was created by a royal decree signed by His Royalty Michael I of Romania, it was developed into a university with 11 faculties, plus a department for teaching training, 75 bachelor program, 80 programs in the master, 22 PhD programs, and over 60,000 students. We are pursue our role for disseminating knowledge and science results and arising for discussion the most important topics of the present. Now, we are a university well known and recognized both in Romania and in the entire world, ranking in the top University of Romania side by side with the best one. If we refer of the subject of the conference because of the strategic project that we have developed and because of the structural development towards the security culture in the academic environment, the West University of Timișoara became, starting with the last year, member of the European Security and Defense College of the European Union. In this partnership, extremely honoring for us, next week we will organize the diplomatic skill for SCDP mission courses under the aegis of the European Security and Defense College. This is just one of case when the West University of Timișoara brings the science and education contribution to the European public policy and security, but also offer university program in the field of security, cybersecurity, and so on. The whole security and geostrategical context in 2021 is going through a complete change after a global crisis in which the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all continents and abroad, a new geostrategic factor in the highlight of the security and global biosecurity politics. The Romanian position as part of the European Union, as well as the strategic partnership with the United States of America, allowed our country to overcome the hard times of the pandemic in the same rhythms as the best developed and prepared European and world society. This plenary exam that the Balkans country, of course, also had to pass, represent an important subject for the global security and therefore will contribute an important topic of the edition of this conference. Today, we will talk about building a resilience region in the context of pandemic crisis, the energy security, the EU and the NATO enlargement in the West Balkans, the challenges and opportunity of the Southeast Europe and digitalization. As we are very proud to have here very important specialists in the field of security, I am going to conclude my introduction remarks and welcome note with a short quote from Victor Hugo. There is one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come. Hoping that good ideas will arise today in this conference, I wish you good luck and welcome in Timișoara, and I hope we will change together many ideas, and why not, we can become good friends. Thank you very much, and success. Please allow me now to invite to the microphone President of the Timiș County, Alinica. Da, okay, yes, of course.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, what a pleasure is to come back together after a very stressful year due to the pandemic. I am honored to be addressing you in the opening of this conference. Last November, I remember, in the past edition, we have reviewed the security challenges that are impacting the safety of the Balkan region and the additional pressure generated by the COVID-19 pandemic. One might think that nothing has changed ever since the last November, just in a couple of months, in the security of the region. However, the international context has shifted dramatically over the last few months. Actually, the context is getting more dynamic lately. After the elections in the United States, we've seen a shift in the foreign policy of the United States. The recent meeting between Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin will definitely change and shape differently the strategic situation in the region. But that only adds to the traditional problems of the Balkan region, which are, just to quote a few, social fragmentation and the risk of disintegration, terrorism, corruption, disinformation, and the growing power of populist parties, human rights violation, and the risk of the rise of xenophobic speech, just to mention, as I said, a few. Another risk is the growing economical pressure and influence from hostile powers on the governments in the region. And that's quite a challenge for the small nations that compose this region to face and to stand up these pressures. And I think that the European Union and the NATO alliance should do more to integrate these nations in these democratic structures that will give and provide security and welfare for the citizens of the region. Well, I am confident that all the experts present here today will tackle on ways to prevent, manage, and fight against these risks and these challenges. But I would like to stress just another subject that's of utmost importance for us here in Timiș County, in this part of Europe, and that is the migration phenomena. The migration is placing Balkans on a direct route to the Western countries. And let me just recall the crime that has recently happened here in Timișoara, which is a signal that migrants can easily become a safety threat, not only for their group, but also for our local community. Timiș County and the City Hall provides shelter for these migrants, especially in this pandemic context. But managing refugees requires interinstitutional cohesion, coordination of policies, firm measures, and proper funding. We all know that this phenomenon is alarmingly growing all across Europe, and this is the reason for debates happening in Balkan countries, but also in Brussels right now. The new pact on migration is a fresh point on the EU agenda, and that shows how divided the opinions are, and at the same time, makes it clear that it's high time we took integrated measures. Distinguished guests, the debate on the future of Europe is now a chance to make our voice heard and to address the need to collaborate more in order to ensure the resilience of our territories. Therefore, I wish to make a call for your active involvement, to also bring your expertise to the platform. We need to work closer with the European decision-making partners, and the conference on the future of Europe is a perfect mean to generate and to rethink, reshape, and revive our organization in a sustainable, growth-oriented manner, and to shift our strategy. I strongly believe the key concepts and the means to operate have to be different. We have to think about compromise more. We have to think about interconnection more, solidarity, but most of all, commitment. I look forward to the conclusions of this conference, and I wish you great success and a fruitful debate onwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Of course, here today in the room, we are 100% like law rule, but of course in online, surely it is other many 100% who are watching us. This conference is very important for Timișoara. It's very important because all the subjects are hot, and that's why all the administrative person who have decision in the Timișoara are here today. That's why I will invite Mr. Mayor Dominic Fritz to say to us a few words. The floor is yours, please.
Good morning, bună dimineața, domnule ministru, domnule deputat, domnule rector, domnule președinte, domnule prefect, stimată audiență. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'm going to keep my remarks short, so to give space to all the experts that are going to debate and discuss in this very strange times that we're going through right now after this pandemic. There is a new optimism, a new hope also in terms of economic growth. But at the same time, we're living in a world that is security-wise more fragile than it has been in a long time, with international relations more tense than they have been in a long time. And so I'm very proud that here in Timișoara, we're hosting this conference for the 5th time. And I'm proud for two reasons, and allow me to say something that doesn't have necessarily anything to do with security. I'm happy, first of all, because this is a project and a conference organized by our university, our West University, and I think it's very important to remind ourselves that, especially in a city like Timișoara, that is very known for its engineering power, for its technical and innovation in technology capacities, I think that it's important that we remain a city where we also have an innovation of social debates, of political debates, of strategic debates, and the university is the place where those debates can be sustained from. And I'm just very thankful, Domnule Rector, that you're a part of this process of keeping the universities alive and at the forefront of European debate. And then secondly, the second reason why I'm very happy about this particular conference is because I think that Timișoara has a very special place in Romanian foreign policy and in the place that Romania has in European foreign policy. Timișoara is a city that has a story to tell about how we live together, that is geographically at the border of the European Union, at the border of Schengen. Hopefully soon that will change. And thus is a city where those kinds of debates about foreign policy can be pushed forward. And I would like very much to have a stronger Romanian voice in that debate and a stronger space in Romania for those kinds of debates that you're going to have today. And I'm very happy that Timișoara can host this conference, and who knows, maybe the Munich Security Conference is known all over the world. Maybe the Timișoara Security Conference one day will have a reputation that is similar to that. So I wish you all a good both physical and online debate and discussions and new ideas, new input. And I'm absolutely sure that this forum will only grow over the years with more and more important and informed people participating. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We at the West University of Timișoara, we try to build a university without the wall, a university for the society. And this event, it's part of our concept, and surely we will have many events in many fields of activity in this concept. Thank you very much. I will invite Prefect of Timiș to say to us his speech. Please, Mr. Prefect.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. I want to congratulate the West University of Timișoara for the way it organized and participates the developing of the culture of security, including this kind of events. It's a pleasure for me to say hello to this event to some renowned specialists on national and international level, which I'm convinced that will identify the best solutions to assure regional cooperation. And now, to make a different note, I will switch into Romanian a little bit. I understand we have a translation also. Temele acestei ediții a conferinței atrag atenția asupra celor mai stringente preocupări din mediile de securitate regionale și europene, în contextul crizei sanitare pe care încă o traversăm. Cele mai importante centre de decizie și dezbatere strategică sunt astăzi interesate de teme precum provocările emergente în Balcani, construirea împreună a unei regiuni mai rezistente, securitatea energetică și noile oportunități de îmbunătățire, abordarea cuprinzătoarea provocărilor și oportunităților din sud-estul Europei și, nu în ultimul rând, dezvoltarea economică și digitalizarea în contextul crizei pandemice. Regiunea Balcanilor reprezintă o zonă strategică a continentului european, atât în ceea ce privește securitatea, dar și pentru dezvoltarea economică, motiv pentru care stabilitatea în această regiune este o condiție obligatorie pentru menținerea păcii sociale și a relațiilor de cooperare în întreaga Europa. Având în vedere provocările din ce în ce mai diverse cu care ne confruntăm în ultimii ani, de la traficul de droguri, terorism, crimă organizată, criminalitatea bazată pe internet, ce poate deveni o posibilă armă economică, politică și militară, până la gestionarea frontierelor în contextul migrației ilegale și, mai recent, la criza sanitară generată de pandemia de coronavirus, consider că principiul cooperării regionale eficiente pe toate problemele de interes comun este acum de importanță majoră. Aflat la granița de vest a României și la granița externă a Uniunii Europene, județul Timiș este o importantă zonă de tranzit, care se confruntă cu provocări permanente în domeniul securității, ținând cont și de fenomenul migraționist, dar și de criza sanitară mondială. Pandemia de coronavirus reprezintă un factor nou și insuficient cunoscut, care începe să modeleze în prezent tot mai mult viitorul securității pe teritoriul României, cât și în spațiul european. Așa, după cum putem vedea, economiile lumii par a fi rezistat onorabil la provocările generate de pandemia de COVID-19, datorită mobilizării financiare fără precedent atât a celor mai puternice state, cât și a organizațiilor internaționale și mai ales a concesiilor masive privind îndatorarea, abordarea opusă celei din criza precedentă când s-a mizat pe austeritate. Cu toate acestea, îngrijorările persistă din cauza incertitudinii încă ridicate cu privire la evoluția pandemiei, dar și a capacității statelor de a menține stimulentele acordate pentru susținerea economiei. În județul Timiș, rata șomajului a continuat să fie una scăzută, la un an de pandemie, iar apetitul pentru investiții în domenii de vârf și de viitor a crescut considerabil. Chiar în această săptămână am participat la demararea unei investiții germane de peste 200 de milioane de euro, în acord cu noile trenduri economice globale din domeniul e-mobilității, ceea ce îmi dă speranța că împreună, autorități și mediul de afaceri, vom contribui la dezvoltarea economică a județului și, de ce nu, a regiunii. Pandemia a accelerat și adoptarea tehnologiilor digitale sau robotizarea proceselor, necesare în eficientizarea furnizării chiar de servicii medicale. În ultimul an au fost accesate tot mai mult soluțiile de îngrijire oferite prin intermediul tehnologiei, cum ar fi serviciile medicale la distanță, telehealth, monitorizarea pacienților în afara clinicilor convenționale sau sisteme de tipul e-triaj. Evoluțiile din ultimul an au evidențiat și importanța îmbunătățirii alfabetizării digitale, astfel încât serviciile oferite în mediul virtual să fie cât mai eficiente. Anul 2020 a demonstrat că viitorul este tot mai dificil de estimat, dar putem spune, cu grad rezonabil de certitudine, că transformările care au avut loc în timpul pandemiei sunt ireversibile și cel mai probabil lecțiile învățate în această perioadă, flexibilizarea procedurilor, deschiderea la colaborare inclusiv cu competitorii, adoptarea soluțiilor neconvenționale vor deveni reguli de bună practică, astfel încât schimbările necesare să poată fi implementate mult mai rapid când apar noi situații neprevăzute, dar și în activitatea de zi cu zi, în perioade de normalitate. Privind cu optimism spre viitor și luând în considerare progresul și realizările obținute până în prezent în toate aceste arii de interes major pentru România ca parte integrantă a Uniunii Europene, îmi doresc ca și această ediție a conferinței să aducă soluții concrete la noile probleme, cărora trebuie să le facem față împreună, pentru un plus de siguranță, pace și stabilitate în această regiune a lumii. În încheiere, doresc să vă urez o dezbatere cât mai fructuoasă. Vă mulțumesc. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prefect Zoltán Nemet. Okay, let's proceed for the first panel. Emerging challenges in the Balkans, building together a more resilient region in the context of pandemic crisis. I will invite here the chair, Major General Leonard Dinu, member of Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center, former Deputy Chief of Military Intelligence Directorate, Romania. Please, Mr. General.
Să încep de aici. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed audience. Let's proceed with the first panel named Emergent Challenges in the Balkans, building together a more resilient region in the context of pandemic crisis. Firstly, let me take this opportunity, being the moderator of the first panel of the 5th Security Challenges in the Balkans region conference, to congratulate New Strategy Center and West University of Timișoara for this continuous partnership in the field of national security, foreign policy, energy, economy, and technology. Year by year, this conference examined and brought through fruitful debates and ideas of invited government officials, professionals, and scholars, an important contribution to the raise of awareness of emerging security challenges in the Balkans and their impact on Romania's security policy. New Strategy Center is one of the few non-governmental think tanks in Europe that address the scale, scope, and significance of emerging security challenges and which policy responses are acceptable, affordable, and appropriate. Before giving the floor to our distinguished panelists, I would like to introduce you into the regional security panorama. The Balkans are characterized by great political and economic diversity, a deep ethnic and social division, a worrying level of corruption and organized crime, to which is added a latent state of historical insecurity and a lack of vision and regional coherence, despite a wide range of cooperation initiatives. From the regional security climate point of view, there are 3 main states in this region with profound destabilizing potential. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, despite the Dayton Agreement from 1995 and the EU involvement, political division and mistrust, ethnic and social hate, as well as a survival economy depending on international support, remains a fertile ground for widespread corruption and organized crime. Although important steps have been taken in the Pristina-Belgrade dialogue, Kosovo is not yet broadly recognized as an international state, and the desire for a greater Albania manifests itself informally but clearly, politically and socially. Thus, the 3 states, together with the other countries in the so-called Western Balkans region, have a series of problems with potential risks to the regional security and to the whole of Europe, the most significant being bilateral disputes resulting from the 1990 Balkan Wars, ethnic fragmentation, distrust of government authorities and mass popular discontent, human rights abuses, the existence of Islamic fundamentalist cells, high unemployment, small arms trafficking, and the risk of terrorist manifestation, to which is added in recent years hybrid threats like fake news and radical narratives, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the massive migration of people from Middle East following the conflicts in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. This geopolitical and security landscape is complemented by the influence and competition in the region of 2 external actors besides NATO and EU, and I name Russia and China, as well as Turkey, which has historically shown interest and involvement in this area in order to maintain its influence in the Balkans, which amplifies the previously mentioned instability factors. In the next 60 minutes or so, we'll try together with our distinguished panelists to define, based on their expertise, whether the COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated the regional security challenges or, by the contrary, was an opportunity to strengthen the political dialogue, cooperation, and mutual trust. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists in the order in which they will address the audience. His Excellency, Minister of National Defense, Mr. Nicolae Ciucă, is joining us through VTC. Sir, if you hear us, nice to see you, and it's a pleasure having you in this conference. His Excellency, Minister of Internal Affairs, Mr. Lucian Bode, is joining personally here, and thank you, sir, being with us here is very important. From London, via VTC is joining us Mr. Christopher Coker, Professor of International Relations, London School of Economics, and Director of IDEAS, which is the LSE of Foreign Policy think tank. Sir, do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Here with us is Mr. Ambassador Cristian Diaconescu, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and member of the Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center Romania. And Mr. Emmanuel Dupuy, sir, thank you and welcome to Romania, is the president of the Institute for European Perspective and Security from France. So, already mentioned, which is the challenging question, and I will give the floor now to His Excellency, Mr. Nicolae Ciucă, Minister of National Defense. I would like the panelists to take 8 to 10 minutes for their speech. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am seeing you, and I hope you are seeing and hearing me loud and clear. It is my distinct pleasure to participate in this conference co-hosted by New Strategy Center and West University Timișoara. I think that you are setting a tradition, particularly by approaching the topics related to the emerging challenges in the Balkans and the development of the region's resilience. First of all, I would like to salute the co-panelists, Minister Lucian Bode, and I would like to praise here the excellent cooperation between Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Internal Affairs. His Excellency Ambassador Cristian Diaconescu, Mr. Emmanuel Dupuy, as well as those participating virtually, Professor Christopher Coker. I would like to say that I am very sorry for not being able to attend the panel in person. Maybe you can see that I set my mini studio here in a car. I am on my way to join the Prime Minister team. So very sorry again for not being able to be with you in Timișoara. I am also saluting the local authorities, and I congratulate them for everything they are doing, and of course for doing their best to co-host this conference. I will just take a few minutes to lay out our vision on the Balkans, the emergent challenges in the region, and the efforts to consolidate resilience as we see these from the defense side. The security environment is in full dynamic. States building economic and military power, revisionism, terrorist threats, cyber and hybrid threats becoming a reality, and sanitary crises such as COVID-19 being the biggest shock in generations. We have already seen its implications this year, and it is clear that this will reverberate next year also. COVID-19 is a crisis that brought structural changes. We need to adjust to the current realities in terms of security as well. It's not an easy task. It requires a thorough prioritization of attention, energy, and resources in preservation of our values and principles. We need to respond in unity and strength to promote credibility, effectiveness, and cohesion, allies and partners alike. We have very recently witnessed the European Grand Tour of President Biden in Europe, 3 summits in 8 days, G7 summit, NATO summit, EU-US summit. In Brussels, at NATO summit, our leaders expressed clearly that Western Balkans is a region of strategic importance for NATO. Moreover, they stated their commitment to the security and stability of the Western Balkans and to supporting the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of the countries in the region. They also committed to intensify their efforts in the region to enhance the political dialogue and practical cooperation in order to support reform efforts, promote regional peace and security, and counter the malign influence of outside actors. On the same note, at the EU-US summit, it was firmly indicated that US will work with the EU on shared foreign policy priorities, including the Western Balkans. When it comes to Romania, our geostrategic position in the vicinity of Western Balkans is the key premise for a special relationship with these states. Romania advocates for the support of Western Balkans countries' European and Euro-Atlantic aspirations as a participant and contributor in the debates and transformation processes carried out at NATO and EU levels, as well as in other innovative formats such as Bucharest 9 format, the 3Cs initiative, or Southeast Europe Defense Ministerial. The stability and security in the region, as you may be already mentioned, are still fragile. We consider that EU should increase its involvement in the area, while supporting the countries in the Western Balkans to consolidate their national security, defense capabilities, and their resilience. Proper coordination with NATO and with the bilateral assistance programs developed by the member states is very important. The current operational engagement of the EU and NATO needs to be maintained as it has produced substantial results and continues to be very important for the stability and security in the region. We are contributing to NATO KFOR mission and to EUFOR Althea. We are building stability in the Western Balkans. Recently, Romania assumed the contribution for Althea Strategic Reserve in the effort to limit the gap generated by UK withdrawal. We are also training together with our partners in the region. Just to offer you an example, very recently we took part in the multinational exercise Platinum Wolf 21 that took place in Serbia. The reduced predictability of the evolution in the regional crisis is triggering increased risks and new threats. In this context, building strong partnership and the consolidation and development of regional cooperation are key to the success of ensuring a balanced climate in the area of common interest, which will project stability at the regional level. One of our main lines of action of international defense cooperation, also stated both in Romania's national defense strategy and the newly approved white paper on defense, aims at developing defense cooperation by participating in regional efforts projects. Regional frameworks can be multiplying effect in terms of fostering and consolidating stability, which are key factors in geostrategic equations. One of the most important regional initiatives our country is part of is the Southeastern Europe Defense Ministerial. This is a natural expression of regional cooperation with a region adapted specific as well as common European and Euro-Atlantic values. Within this framework, Romania supports the strengthening of regional cooperation aimed at further developing stability in southeastern Europe, as well as the joint effort to increase SEDEM's visibility within the international community. When it comes to security, to regional security, we have to do more and take upon ourselves the incumbent responsibilities as regional actors. Therefore, we will continue to constantly support the efforts on SEDEM's adaptations as well as its projects so that the initiative keeps fit for its purpose. In addition, Romania promotes the open door policy in order to attract new fully fledged members both to the SEDEM initiative and to the multinational Peace Force Southeastern Europe. The actions initiated within the Bucharest 9 format, the 3Cs initiative, or at the level of Turkey, Romania, Poland trilateral in the field of security and defense, will continue to support the development of cooperation among regional states while complementing and strengthening of common contributions to the fulfillment of the commitments made within NATO and EU respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to challenges. We have all been concerned by the wide circulation of fake news that accompanied the propagation of COVID-19 pandemic. The global health crisis has created a need among our citizens for information on this health threat. In the absence of proven and widely accepted scientific explanations, the promoters of disinformation and propaganda exploited popular fear of the unknown. The increased use of disinformation during the current health crisis is also aimed to undermining the credibility of government institutions and health authorities in the eyes of citizens and hence their ability to respond efficiently to the pandemic. The main consequences of the current sanitary crisis for Western Balkans overlap the complex security situation in the region. A particularly alarming evolution is felt in the informational environment, which has become more and more vulnerable to the dangers of infodemics, respectively disinformation operations. This could endanger the consolidation of democracies and countering the European and Euro-Atlantic path, precisely in the context in which it offers the only real solution. New technologies pave the way for cyber warfare, hacking, and manipulating foreign political systems through the spread of propaganda, narratives, and images that serve as primary instruments for achieving terrible aims. Such strategies blur the lines between domestic and international, civilian and military, and between diplomacy and armed conflict. Although resilience is a national responsibility, which means that states are responsible for protecting everything from their territory to their infrastructure and population, it requires constant adaptation as new vulnerabilities and threats emerge. A resilient state requires the development of national mechanisms of rapid and efficient response and of a solid security culture among its citizens. Our new national defense strategy puts a premium on the cooperation between the public, private sector, citizen community and civil military sectors for the consolidation of resilience to the new types of threats, including those generated by the technological progress. Romania has recently established a Euro-Atlantic Center on resilience, which is expected to contribute to EU and NATO efforts in this domain. The Euro-Atlantic Center on Resilience connect relevant international actors and strands of work linked to resilience with a view to generating a coordinated approach towards the subject matter. The center will enhance research, identification, validation, and support implementation of resilience and innovation initiatives, from simple ideas to working practice fully embedded in the organizational cultures across the Euro-Atlantic area and beyond. It will be open also for our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, by concluding, I would like to accomplish that today there is an increased awareness that coherence and cohesion are very much needed, as both values are regularly tested through various conventional and unconventional means. In what Romania is concerned, we are prepared to act as a regional pillar of stability and security provider. And we are doing this by developing at national level conceptual and actionable measures to manage the new threats and enhance the state resilience as well. COVID-19 pandemic represents a wake-up call in realizing the importance of resilience as a first line of defense, and also our capacity to adapt and to demonstrate solidarity, allies and partners alike. So, hoping that I didn't cross too much the timeline, I ended my intervention. So, thank you very much for your attention. And very sorry again for not being able to join you. And you, General Dinu, I do really like your new look. It seems to me that you really adapted to the civilian life.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it very much. First of all, I would like to mention that I'm very glad I see you even online. I hope to meet you personally in the next conferences. I would like to emphasize 3 points you mentioned very, very clearly. You made a very good connection between emerging challenges and resilience. You mentioned that Romania is a key geostrategic player in the region and has instruments to boost the cooperation and cohesion in the region through Bucharest Forum, B9, and 3Cs initiatives. And you mentioned very, very good, and I would like to underline this, that Romania has also an important tool and the responsibility to build resilience, not only national resilience, but also to promote regional resilience. Because only the regional, national resilience is not enough in terms of what you mentioned, wake-up calls of new types of threats. Thank you very much, sir. You take your time. I know that you are busy, and we are waiting for the question at the end of the panel. Now I give the floor to His Excellency, Minister of Internal Affairs, Mr. Lucian Bode. Thank you. Take the time to be with us here, and it's a great honor and privilege.
Thank you.
Bună dimineața! Bine v-am regăsit sănătoși! Mă bucur să ne revedem după o perioadă complicată pentru țara noastră și pentru întreaga omenire. Domnule general Dinu, distinși vorbitori, doamnelor și domnilor, stabilitatea și securitatea Balcanilor a fost și rămâne un subiect de mare actualitate pentru pacea și securitatea în Europa de Sud-Est și nu numai. Înainte de toate, doresc să salut organizarea acestui eveniment la Timișoara. Consider că nu este o alegere deloc întâmplătoare din perspectiva importanței strategice a acestei regiuni, respectiv din perspectiva asumării de către România a rolului de lider regional în zona Balcanilor. Vreau să felicit organizatorii, Universitatea de Vest și New Strategy Center pentru temele propuse și pentru calitatea vorbitorilor prezenți alături de noi. Faptul că vă aflați deja la a 5-a ediție este un element care vorbește de la sine despre succesul conferinței și acestui format de dezbatere. Pentru început, dați-mi voie să încep prin a puncta câteva elemente generale privitoare la securitatea în Balcani. Balcanii reprezintă o regiune deosebit de complexă din punct de vedere al securității regionale, acest spațiu geografic fiind prioritar pe agenda unor actori precum Uniunea Europeană, Statele Unite, Rusia, Turcia sau China. Principalele aspecte care mențin incertitudinea în plan securitar, în opinia mea, sunt capacitatea instituțională limitată a unor state din Balcanii de Vest de a face față unor amenințări complexe de securitate, reticența față de consolidarea statului de drept, persistența unor conflicte și controverse de natură etnică, religioasă sau lingvistică, corupția, naționalismul și extremismul, alimentate în special de Rusia. Subliniez de la bun început că miza provocărilor de securitate din Balcani nu s-a diminuat ca urmare a pandemiei, ci dimpotrivă. Riscurile și amenințările cu care se confruntă statele din regiune se confruntau înainte de izbucnirea pandemiei, au fost și sunt în continuare potențate și chiar diversificate de către actori cu interese ostile stabilității regiunii. O serie de evoluții de dată recentă în plan politic și social contribuie deja la exacerbarea unor retorici care pot afecta climatul de securitate, mai ales în contextul actualei crize sanitare, care a pus la grea încercare toate sistemele publice și a reprezentat o provocare pentru autorități de aplicare a legii. Regiunea Balcanilor se va confrunta în continuare cu amenințări de securitate ce trebuie abordate de o manieră preponderent transnațională, prin prisma amplitudinii și complexității acestora. În acest sens, aș vrea să amintesc de cel mai recent raport al Europol din aprilie 2021, potrivit căruia regiunea Balcanilor de Vest, alături de statele din vecinătatea estică a Uniunii Europene și din Africa de Nord, este responsabilă de mai mult de jumătate din activitatea infracțională cunoscută la nivel global. În acest context, una dintre cele mai importante lecții învățate de către autorități în ultima perioadă a fost reprezentată de nevoia asigurării în timp real a schimbului de informații relevante între statele din regiune pentru combaterea eficientă a amenințărilor la adresa securității și ordinii publice, respectiv pentru diminuarea vulnerabilităților subsecvente. În plus, dincolo de vulnerabilitățile preexistente, această perioadă de criză sanitară ne-a arătat tuturor că mecanismele de cooperare între statele din regiune în materie de aplicare a legii trebuie îmbunătățite pentru a avea mijloace adecvate de avertizare timpurie și de prevenție, respectiv pentru asigurarea eficientă a răspunsului la amenințări. Din perspectiva portofoliului guvernamental pe care îl gestionez, pot să vă spun că rețelele de criminalitate organizată au profitat rapid și au exploatat criza pandemică prin adaptarea modurilor lor de operare, ceea ce a pus o presiune suplimentară pe autoritățile statelor din regiune. Ca să vă dau un exemplu concret, în cele mai multe cazuri, traficul de migranți se transformă în alte forme de infracționalitate sau se asociază cu acestea, având în vedere faptul că migranții, în special cei fără venituri suficiente, sunt exploatați prin muncă forțată sau obligați să transporte diverse bunuri interzise, cum ar fi drogurile sau armele. Mai mult, amenințările clasice de securitate au fost potențate de cele derulate în spațiul cibernetic, unde s-a putut constata o creștere semnificativă a atacurilor, atacatorii profitând de cele mai multe ori de intensificarea activităților online a cetățenilor. Grupările infracționale organizate au dovedit flexibilitate și capacitate mare de adaptare, schimbându-și frecvent regulile, comportamentul și modurile de operare, inclusiv în spațiul cibernetic. Referitor la migrația ilegală în regiune, aș vrea să subliniez că de la debutul pandemiei, presiunea exercitată de migrația persoanelor pe ruta est-mediteraneană a fost semnificativă, în ciuda unor evoluții favorabile de moment. Situația migranților blocați în țările de tranzit rămâne o problemă a Europei în zona balcanică. Pe teritoriul mai multor state, aflându-se în ultimii ani, în mod constant, mii de migranți care se regăsesc în situația de a tranzita state membre ale Uniunii Europene, precum România, Ungaria sau Croația, în încercarea de a ajunge în vest. În prezent, două subrute principale care traversează Balcanii de Vest, centrate pe Serbia și via Albania-Muntenegru, continuă să ofere migranților oportunități de a se deplasa spre nord, ajungând la frontierele Serbiei cu Ungaria, România și Croația sau la frontierele Bosniei și Herțegovinei cu Croația. Evoluția recentă a fluxului migraționist indică faptul că frontierele Bulgariei și Turciei cu Turcia și cele ale Serbiei cu România rămân principalele puncte de intrare și tranzit pentru migranți care încearcă să traverseze regiunea balcanică spre vestul Europei. Am ținut să menționez aceste aspecte deoarece va trebui să ne preocupăm în continuare de realizarea și implementarea unor politici eficiente în domeniul migrației și gestionării frontierelor, în special în ceea ce privește prevenirea migrației ilegale și a deplasărilor secundare. De asemenea, statele din regiune vor trebui să coopereze mai mult pentru îmbunătățirea funcționării sistemelor de azil și a capacității de a efectua returnări voluntare către statele de origine ale celor aflați în situații de ședere ilegală. Cu titlul de exemplu, România are în vedere implicarea în operaționalizarea mai multor platforme comune de cooperare alături de agenții ale Uniunii Europene, astfel încât Balcanii de Vest să poată face față unor provocări de securitate precum migrația și criminalitatea transfrontalieră. Pandemia ne-a arătat încă o dată că managementul eficient al migrației în regiune și controlul frontierelor, respectiv pregătirea timpurie a răspunsului în fața unor posibile provocări umanitare, sunt subiecte deosebit de importante cărora va trebui să le acordăm mai multă atenție în perioada următoare. Totodată, trebuie să avem în vedere nevoia de calibrare cât mai eficientă a acțiunilor și eforturilor comune la nivel regional, astfel încât statele care se confruntă cu provocări de natură securitară să fie sprijinite din timp, astfel încât să evităm apariția unor noi crize. În acest context, aspectele legate de solidaritate în gestionarea provocărilor curente de securitate vor trebui să fie în continuare un element esențial al dialogului politic pentru statele din Balcani. Pandemia ne-a arătat că abordările insulare în vederea soluționării unor situații de criză nu sunt o soluție viabilă. În caz contrar, există riscul ca unele conflicte latente de natură etnică, religioasă, teritorială sau lingvistică să degenereze militar și să producă implicații pentru întregul continent. În încheiere, permiteți-mi să evidențiez două aspecte de interes pentru discuțiile din cadrul acestui panel. În primul rând, privind la scară mai largă oportunitățile pe care le avem și având în vedere proximitatea geopolitică a regiunii față de statele membre NATO și UE, cea mai viabilă modalitate pentru stabilizarea pe termen lung a Balcanilor de Vest rămâne integrarea euroatlantică. În acest sens, este foarte important rolul asumat în domeniul consolidării statului de drept, aplicării legii și a cooperării polițienești de către state importante pentru regiune, precum România, Austria, Croația, Bulgaria, Franța, Germania, Statele Unite și Marea Britanie. În al doilea rând, nu trebuie să uităm că România este un furnizor de securitate în regiunea Balcanilor și un partener de nădejde pentru gestionarea provocărilor de securitate. Acest aspect are importanță deosebită în contextul intensificării unor tensiuni mai vechi existente în regiune, care determină ca situația în plan securitar să rămână volatilă și sensibilă la evoluții politice, militare, sociale și economice din alte zone ale lumii, precum Orientul Mijlociu, Nordul Africii, Asia, Marea Neagră și Estul Ucrainei. Vă mulțumesc pentru atenție și succes conferinței de astăzi.
Thank you, Minister. You gave us your insight from a Ministry of Interior point of view, which is very great, because in our assessment, the most challenging threats are those coming from types of, from the police point of view. I mean, criminal organization, illegal trafficking of arms or drugs, migration and so on, and very well. I would like to point out something you mentioned, which is important. I had yesterday a very nice discussion with the former Croatian President, Mr. Ivo Josipovic, during the lunch, and also with the Ambassador Doro Costa about the challenging in the region, and what a word that can define the region. And you mentioned it, nationalism. Nationalism is it's a crucial, and you mentioned very well, an important challenge to our region. The second point you mentioned, very important, is how we respond to these threats, and it's necessary to the criminal activities and connected with the migration. And migration can bring not only illicit drugs into Romania, in the region, smaller arms trafficking, persons trafficking, human beings trafficking in the region, but also challenge to our national security, because through immigration, other people can infiltrate to Romania. And the last point I would like to mention from your speech is necessary to implement regional policies to improve the cooperation, to create, as you mentioned, common platforms, and Romania can provide expertise and support in this region as a security provider. Thank you very much, sir, for your... And now we'll continue, and we'll go to London via VTC to discuss with Mr. Christopher Coker, Professor of International Relations, London School of Economics. Sirs, how the Balkans are viewed from London?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear very well.
Excellent. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the New Strategy Centre for the invitation. And we certainly at LSE Ideas, my institute, value our cooperation and our partnership over the years. And I'd like to particularly thank George Scutaru for all his assistance and help. What's happening outside the region is, I think, the first thing that we have to talk about, and then I'll talk a little bit about what's happening inside the region. And you asked for the view from the United Kingdom. If you look at our integrated review that we carried out a month or so ago, you'll see reference there to a more competitive age. And the competitors we've identified are clearly China and Russia. The competition is not the same. China is far less provocative. Russia is engaging, as we have just heard, in election interference and cyber attacks on a regular basis, and the strategic use of corruption, which is particularly important, given that civil society in some parts of Eastern Europe is still fragile. These are all, I think, deeply embedded in the logic of strategic competition between Russia and Europe. The EU Commission President, quite recently, you may remember, has accused Russia of destabilizing Eastern Europe and the Western Balkans. That's pretty strong language. And I think that this situation is going to continue for some time yet, largely because we're living in a new era, which has been described by one Oxford University academic as a period of unpeace. That's a period of history in which it's very difficult to tell the difference between peace and war. And that, I think, is probably a first, certainly in European history. However, I would also say China is becoming more aggressive. It has targeted with sanctions several members of the European Union and a subcommittee of the European Parliament. That's the first. And it's also targeted researchers and think tanks, accusing them of spreading disinformation. So we know, I think, that strategic competition is now very much in play. So what's the larger picture for Europe? Well, the first is the United States is back after the wasted Trump years. But remember that the very first visit of the new American Secretary of State and the new American Secretary of Defense was not to Europe, but to Asia. And we have to be very, I think, realistic that the United States confronts China, knowing that for all the talk of Britain and France taking part in the Indo-Pacific theater or sending an aircraft carrier occasionally to the South China Seas, the reality for the next few years will be what at the Munich Security Conference someone described as burden shifting rather than burden sharing. And burden shifting falls far short of President Macron's idea of strategic autonomy for the European Union. That, I think, is a busted flush. I really don't think that there's much mileage in that concept, because there is no European strategic culture, and because the Europeans have shown quite clearly they're not willing to put the resources into creating the capabilities that would make all strategic autonomy realistic. And as we saw with the humiliation of the European High Representative Joseph Borrell when he went to Moscow, that his aim, the aim that he stated when he came into office, was, and I quote him, to learn the language of power. That means translating the EU's economic and normative power into political capital. That is a long way off. And we know perfectly well, and you do in this part of the world, and we do in the United Kingdom as well, which has been the most robust European country against Russia, that the Russians do not take the European Union seriously as a geopolitical player. And they're quite right not to, because it doesn't merit a seriousness of purpose at the moment. So the United States will have to remain a European power. And that is bad news, of course, for those in Washington, even in the Biden administration, who would have liked it to have been an offshore balancer. So the question, I think, for Eastern Europe is, does the United States wish to get more involved in Europe's wider neighborhood, or does it want to retrench? And there are signs that it is certainly retrenching in the Middle East. There are signs that it is retrenching in the Caucasus, where the flare-up between Armenia and Azerbaijan did not bring in the United States. There are some signs that even in Ukraine, the United States would much prefer to leave this matter to the Europeans, although Biden's phone call to Vladimir Putin some weeks ago did lead to one major success, and that is the Russians standing down their forces that were massing on the frontier. So the United States can still deliver when it wants to do so. But I think that retrenchment is almost inevitable, and that's what it will consider desirable. So let me now just tune in, focus a little bit more to the Western Balkans and the Black Sea, because I think the two are important and they're connected. I don't want to repeat what we've already heard on the Western Balkans. Bosnia remains completely unresolved, with a host of new players in that region, interfering to a certain extent, exacerbating ethnic and religious tensions. I'm thinking of countries like Turkey and Qatar. Kosovo remains unresolved and may force Serbia into a closer position with Russia. Relations between Serbia and the European Union are not good. Indeed, they are deteriorating, even though Serbia is officially a candidate member for membership of the EU one day. It didn't stand by the EU on sanctions against Belarus, for example. And of course, it's kept its options open. President Tadic talks about the 4 pillars of Serbian foreign policy. One is the United States, one is the European Union, one is Russia, and one is China. And it's the 4th pillar, China, that I think is making a lot of the running in Serbia and even threatening to displace Russia as Serbia's traditional ally. And then there's the Black Sea, where, of course, as you know very well, Russia's used military force in this area 4 times since 2008. Things have gone a little quieter than they were this time last year when you held this conference, where there were pro-Russian demonstrations in Odessa, and maritime exclusion zones, and inspections of ships in the Sea of Azov. But I think as the United States begins to retrench in the Middle East, Russia will move in even more into the Black Sea region, because geopolitically, this is its gateway into the Middle East. And if it wants to displace, as it definitely has in Syria and elsewhere, the United States as the main Middle East player, external player, the Black Sea is got to be the focus of interest. So my concluding remark would be that we have to show constant vigilance, that the EU and NATO need to be more credible as security providers in this area, but that we face a new reality, one in which Russia remains the dominant player in the Black Sea, and China may be on the way to becoming the dominant player in the Western Balkans. And that is a new situation that both the EU and NATO will have to confront. And so I think that there is some serious thinking to be done over the next few months and years. And let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I'm so glad you brought up and you made a very geopolitical, very interesting geopolitical connection between the Black Sea and Russia and Western Balkans. So I totally agree with you that there is a connection, and what is happening in the Black Sea area, it's mirrored in the Western Balkans. I mean, there is a continuity from Russia, Black Sea, and Western Balkans. Yes, there is a strategic competition in the Balkans between China and Russia. I feel at this moment that this competition at this moment have different objectives, different goals. Russia is going and providing different hybrid instruments in order to maintain a continuous presence in the region. China at this moment, and yes, I totally agree with you, will be a major player in the future, but is looking for economic opportunities, trying to create the so-called former Silk Road. yes, good idea and involvement of United States and the other two major players, NATO and EU. We mentioned with the new administration in Washington that United States shifted the focus from Europe towards China. And we hope to maintain the attention also to Black Sea. And very good point about returning of Russia to Black Sea strategic origins from Middle East is great, and I think it will happen this. Thank you very much, Professor, for your insight. Now I will give the floor to Ambassador Cristian Diaconescu. He is a member of the Scientific Council of the New Strategy Center. It's an experienced ambassador and a very good expertise as a Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Well, I should like to extend my gratitude for having me here. I thank very much to our friends and colleagues from New Strategy Center and also Universitatea de Vest for organizing and setting up all the conditions in order for us to exchange some views and information. Taking into account a region which is quite complicated from many respects and where it seems that there are more questions than answers. The COVID-19 crisis, yes, it aggravated Western Balkans countries. They're already pre-existing vulnerabilities. But like in many other countries, particularly in Europe, practically this situation didn't bring another political era in the region. It is a threat. It is a significant threat in the region that the accession process in the Western Balkans entered in a backsliding on the European Union political criteria. And throughout the pandemic, practically the countries in the Western Balkans have had some of Europe's highest levels of COVID-19 cases per capita. Serbia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia are among the 15 most affected states in the continent. Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina also, they have struggled with this pandemic problem. But also, like in many other European countries, the variation in Western Balkans government's responses partially reflected differences in citizens' reaction to the crisis. Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Albania, and Kosovo all experienced protests against the authorities over the restriction or the handling of the health crisis. The crisis has, in some respects, strengthened governments, weakened parliaments and the legislative institutions, limited media freedom, and led to an increase in breaches of personal data protection. For the Balkans, the future is complicated. A World Bank assessment, the economic experts of the World Bank activity in the Western Balkans, they predict that the economy in these countries will contract by 4.8% in 2020. The social costs of this decline have been amplified by the relative importance of informal work, self-employment, and tourism in some economies in the region. Accordingly, taking into account this type of evaluation, is need in the Western Balkans to sustain costly economic support this year and the next year. And it would be necessary for these countries to have a budgetary, political, and social effort in order to confront the challenges. The European Union pledged to mobilize 3.3 billion in financial assistance to address the Western Balkans' immediate humanitarian needs. Also during the pandemic, as well as to help them in social and economic recovery, all of these types of support, at least in the opinion of many European Union countries, will be crucial to counterbalancing these negative economic and social effects. Well, still during the pandemic, it's going on a geopolitical competition, including through this problem of aid, of help. The 6 Western Balkans countries, they express a shared concern about European Union's restriction in a public letter, which was co-signed by their foreign ministers. Maybe outside the region, it would be considered that nothing significant has happened. This type of attitude and disturb, it happened also in some other countries. But this episode in the Balkans dealt a heavy blow to the European Union image in the region. It appeared the signal that accession states did not really belong in the club. And it helped ensure that, let's say, Serbia was not only the Western Balkans country to give more. Yes, in principle, all Western Balkans countries are committed to European Union integration. However, genuine engagement from this perspective with the accession process seems to be lacking everywhere but North Macedonia. The only one of them that has improved its democratic record in the last 2 or 3 years. The protracted European Union enlargement process, reform fatigue, and the European Union partially loss of credibility due to some also geopolitical competition and hybrid war account for this lack of enthusiasm. Maybe they are not the most pessimistic perspectives, but maybe we should consider inside and within the framework of the decision-making process of the European Union some recommendation. What about the future? And, well, the European Union, at least from my point of view, should neither allow authoritarian governments to make progress with accession simply due to their geopolitical orientation, nor shun them for this reason. For instance, the European Commission and the European Council should support the new Montenegrin government in its reforms, so long as it remains committed to democratic transformation. To continue to back authoritarian regimes would undermine the European Union credibility and reinforce arguments against integration. It is high time for the bloc and its partners in the Western Balkans to find the right balance through some concrete approaches. And allow me just to mention briefly some ideas in this regard. The European Commission should continue to help Albania and North Macedonia complete the pre-accession vetting process, partially by learning from the setbacks it has faced in dealing with Tirana on issues such as judicial reform. The European Commission should provide targeted assistance to independent media and civil society in Western Balkans countries, especially those who are ruled by some drastic regimes. National leaders in the Western Balkans also should make use of the renegotiated accession framework to lay the foundations of sustainable change on the rule of law. This would improve trust in their ruling while enabling further reforms and progress toward accession. Individual European Union member states should refrain from vetoing the enlargement process. As well, they often have done it in the recent times. Usually driven by member states' domestic politics, these vetoes, these attitudes make the process unpredictable, inconsistent, and, of course, less than credible. Also, the Western Balkan candidates, European Union neighbors, including Romania, have a special responsibility to avoid using such blunt instruments, as they have the most to gain from the accession process in the region. The European Commission should also consider including Western Balkans in its policies on free movement and crisis management during the pandemic, and not only. And the European Commission also should improve its public communications on the financial assistance and other benefits it provides to the citizens, the Western Balkans, aiming practically to counterbalance in this regard some of the negative press it has received from some media outlets in the region. Also, the European Commission should do better in order to publicize the many instances in which it has distributed the support, concrete support, not only within the framework of the pandemic fight, to the families and to the society in the Balkan region. It is very important for the European Union to win the advertising process of what might be joining and how important it will be to stay in the Western world. Last but not least, I think the European Union, including its individual member states and the European Commission, should deal with the precarious situation of migrants. It was mentioned here, Minister of Interior and some other colleagues just underscored this very significant issue which can and might counterbalance a certain type of dimension and aggression which is supposed to enhance the negative part of the credibility in this part of Europe. So, I should like to conclude by saying that it is from outside the Balkans and inside the region, the importance to go on and to conclude a certain kind of process of integration which should not be neglected, irrespective how many difficulties the European Union states, the countries in the Balkans are to be confronted in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. You gave us a broad geopolitical view, and actually you answered to my initial question. If the COVID-19 brought opportunities or, on the contrary, gave a step back towards EU accession to the stability of the region. I would like to mention that you mentioned that COVID-19 actually accentuated Western Balkan vulnerabilities, and also COVID-19 brought in the region a new political reality. Very interesting what you mentioned, that COVID-19 brought other vulnerabilities into equation due to the costs of COVID-19 and social challenges we didn't have into discussion till now. It's wonderful that you mentioned this, and we have to look before. And a very important thing you mentioned about the progress and accession to European Union, and this not to be taken into consideration only due to orientation of the political governments.
thank you for the recommendation in the end, very good, and I hope the people took notes on this recommendation. Now we move forward and we give the floor to, and we want to see how the Western Balkans are seen from Paris to Mr. Emmanuel Dupuy. He's the President Institute for European Perspective and Security in France. Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the last spot, which is always a very difficult task. So I would like, of course, to thank National Strategy Center, and moreover, I don't see the rector of the West University of Timisoara for hosting me yesterday. I had a very fruitful meeting with master, PhD students and professor, and of course, I'm very happy to have given a certain number of perspective on the subject that I'm going to try to mention today. 9 months ago, my colleague and friend, George Scutaru, asked us or invited us to think about, quote, the reshaping of global order in the perspective of coronavirus in a more global position. I will try to emphasize of what I started to say 9 months ago, focusing more on Europe, Western Balkans, and Eastern. I spoke about 5 fractures, which I still believe are still accurate in the period of the ongoing pandemic crisis and not the post-pandemic crisis. The first, well, the 5 fractures are, of course, human fractures, digital fracture, ecological fracture, economical fracture, and geopolitical fracture. I will spot on more, obviously, on this issue as we, in complementary manner, as my previous colleagues has mentioned. First of all, the human factor, and of course, this has to be assessed by the fact that even though we have to be grateful that we have had European solidarity, the 750 billion euro of recovery fund package, but we only had it in July 2020. Moreover, and this is a very acute and very recent actuality, this is still jeopardized by nationalist sovereign agenda, of course, where you have states arguing more on the sum or the percentage they will recover rather than how to build a more resilient consensual strategy to be prepared for the next crisis or just for the 4th wave supposed to be coming in the next autumn period. I will take the example of lack of the solidarity, taking the veto which was engaged by Hungary and Poland, conditioned, of course, to the respect of rule of law, independence of justice, and fundamental rights, not later than December 2020. And of course, this brings me to say that instead of rethinking, reshaping EU treaty, the last one we have, Lisbon Treaty, and finally decide to put decide not to put national public health policies as a common EU policy. Do we all have in mind the Article 168 of the 2007 European Treaty only speaks about encouraging, I quote, encouraging bilateral cooperation health policies, coordinating public health policies, but not building a common health policy. Again, maybe we missed the occasion of the pandemics to be more focused on that issue. Second issue linked to what I've just said, migration issue has not disappeared, it has just been put aside. And of course, we have a new agenda which has fueled more and more by geopolitical agenda, Spain towards Morocco, Italy towards Libya, and of course, here more accurate to EU, Turkey linked to Greece, and Bulgaria throughout the Evros border. That was my first point of appreciation, and let's focus on what maybe can be an option to counter or to have a proposition about a more positive perspective on this issue. Of course, this was mentioned by the previous panel this morning. Let's do hope that the Conference for the Future of Europe, which was initiated the 9th of May in Strasbourg and which will be concluded by the French European Union presidency by the first semester 2022, let's hope that, of course, this brings that these topics will be tackled. Let's hope as well even though it was lately decided that the consensus on patterns of the vaccine as a world public good may also be decided on a more solidary and more shared position. My second factor is digital factor, and of course I will not emphasize on that. I do know that there is a panel working which will tackle the question about economical development and digitalization, but I think here again that we may not have taken in consideration the lessons that the pandemic put in front of our faces. First of all, we are in the dematerialization of all our economies. We are what we call in the spectrum of the Uberization of society. The impact of big data, where the impact or the ongoing artificial intelligence will shift and change the nature of work and the nature of the relations we have one with each other. Have we taken the pandemic to think about the next generation and the transformation of our economy? I'm not sure, even though I'm very happy that the last G7 financial ministerial meeting of the 5th of June decided finally, but lately again, to impose a 50% world income on the profit of multinational companies, moreover the 5 big tech companies, not again forgetting that these are 5 big tech companies coming from the other part of the Atlantic. We have to have this consideration concerning the other ones coming from China. And I think the pandemic should have put us more to challenge what we can achieve in the neighborhood of the European Union. As we assessing the fact that the pandemic has shown our too wide dependency on far away areas where we have, let's say, exported too easily and too widely a certain number of our strategic assets when it comes to vaccine, production of vaccine, key components in pharmaceutical sector, but also in industrial capacity, textile, automobile, and aeronautical. Maybe it's time to consider the fact that the new neighborhood European policy is not only about bringing 60 billion a year to fight against asymmetric capacity inside the European Union, but maybe it's time to think in a more co-decision, co-construction, co-localization of our economies, and therefore relocalization a certain number of our strategic economies across the Mediterranean area and maybe across the Black Sea, as I have in front of me my friend and colleague, French military attaché. As you know, France has decided that the strategic area of Black Sea is as essential as the strategic area of the Indo-Pacific, and this is actually drafted by MOD and French MOD and a French think tank called Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique. Again, Black Sea, Mediterranean area, and I would reckon also to put in emphasis the temporality of all of this. There is a key momentum in which after the Portugal, after the Slovenia, and with the French presidency, taking consideration the G20 presidency of Italy, there is a momentum for wider Mediterranean agenda. And of course, this will bring us also to speak and to focus a bit more about the coordination and the coordination between Africa, Europe, and Mediterranean area. And therefore, maybe it's time to, and I will focus on my third point more rapidly, to take the occasion of the pandemics, maybe to work on something we have missed, to bridge together, for example, a certain number of economical cooperation agenda, maybe in the perspective of having finally, as in Asia, you have the Regional Comprehensive Economical Partnership, which was launched and reconfigured in November 2020. As you know, it is the biggest free trade agreement. Maybe it's time for Europe not only to have a political cooperation, but maybe to simplify its free trade areas and to bridge, for example, the Central European Free Trade Agreement, bridging together Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Moldova, Serbia, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, to the European Economical area, and of course, not forgetting Croatia, and this was mentioned before, hoping the enlargement of Schengen does not miss, if I may express myself, nor Romania, nor Croatia, nor Bulgaria, and nor Cyprus and Ireland. Economical fractures, I will go rapidly, Mr. Chair. We are again in this agenda where maybe the pandemic has not sufficiently put us to think about the correlation between the fragility of our globalized, industrialized economy in regards to what was obvious before the pandemic, natural cataclysm, enhanced climate change impact, fragility of biodiversity. But pandemic, I think, on my point of view, has put three major discrepancies that we have not tackled sufficiently. And this is very important as we are heading for the COP26 in Glasgow in autumn, and as we may think the COP15 in Kunming in China will happen. First, urgency to fully fulfill the Paris COP21 December 2015 more ambitious decarbonized objectives. Second, need to better assess our knowledge on zoonotic diseases, therefore the link between animal-man infections. I'm sure we have a lot in common and a lot to share with our colleagues from China on that perspective. And of course, the reshaping of world health governance, starting with a better WHO management in which we can maybe assess that during this pandemic there has been a lack of reactivity. Some say, or some argue, a partiality towards China. Fourth, economical fracture. Again, this is something which will be a fil d'Ariane, which will be mentioned during all of our day of discussion. But again, there has been a huge gap, generational gap, young students, gender, elders, regional gap, in which less resilient asymmetrical European partners, neighbors, therefore Eastern and Western Balkans, may not have been sufficiently considered in the European Union response to the pandemic. And of course, this brings us to think about more social homogeneity, economical territorial equality, and not only state to state, but taking into consideration the impact and the importance of local actors as well. This is true for the wider Balkan regions, because we have experienced that after a pandemic or after an economical crisis comes the political crisis. And of course, we do have in mind that after the 2008 economical crisis came the colored revolution, well, at more or less at the same time around the Black Sea, came the Arab Springs 2 years after, came the colored revolution, and therefore the installation of new political perspective in which representative democracy is challenged by new forms of democratic rationality, whether it is considered to be liberal, whether it is considered to be illiberal, and this is very well the case with the ongoing agenda of merging states and more diplomatic active states, which again are to be considered as populist. This is absolutely the case with India. This is absolutely the case with Brazil as well. And I will finish, Mr. Chair, with the geopolitical factor, which I think is much more important to the meeting that we're having today. And of course, I have to say, quoting Ursula von der Leyen, presenting what would be a European Union agenda for 2019-2024 in the political guidelines for European Union, cooperating and working with others is what our union is all about. And I think I could take a very core example as I am in Romania. And I'm very happy that 2 days ago, your parliament decided to vote the sending the envoy of 47 of your military in our Task Force Takuba mission in Mali. 346 voted for, only 2 voted against, so that is something very important. Again, this brings us to the recent meeting between the yet future French Chief of Staff François Lecointre and your Lieutenant General Daniel Petrescu, saying that cooperation is about a two-side cooperation. You are sending soldiers in Mali. I hope that there will be more military cooperation in your country, and I'm looking at my colleague, the French military attaché, which I know is something he is working on very actively. Therefore, let me almost conclude in saying that what I've said before, brings us to the core debate about Western Balkans. Are we still in this jeopardization of the debate when it comes to enlargement, saying that before enlargement we have to stabilize, we have to associate a certain number of countries? Again, this was mentioned before. North Macedonia has been waiting for 21 years. Albania has been waiting for 11 years. That makes a lot of time, and therefore maybe this is in contradiction to what we decided in Thessalonica in June 2003. Remember what at that time President Chirac said, open door policy, the future of Balkans is obviously in Europe. I have to say this is a bit in contradiction with the recent declaration of President Emmanuel Macron, closing the door and putting in emphasis the necessity to first integrate and therefore and after enlarge. I do believe that both can be done together, and this is something which has to be worked out because there are still a lot of divergences and convergences among European states themselves, and of course with neighboring partners such as yours. And let me just finish with 1 minute of presentation to say that maybe there is a huge opportunity when it comes to NATO agenda. Former Secretary General of NATO said it was time to maybe change the mindset of European leadership towards Southern Eastern Europe. This was said in October 2019 by Anders Rasmussen. Jens Stoltenberg said almost the same thing. Maybe his successor, or if it is, Theresa May, will work on this issue, saying that NATO should not be only considered to be a body or a vehicle to contain or to engage with China, but should be a body in which Eastern Europe, which has been benefiting for the last enlargement, Albania, Croatia in April 2009, Montenegro in June 2017, and of course the perspective, of course not forgetting North Macedonia in March 2020, and again, as we mentioned, not forgetting the perspective of future alliances throughout the MAP process with Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Serbia. Well, maybe it is time to think, as Josep Borrell has presented a few hours ago throughout the new European strategy towards Russia, which will be presented the 24 and 25 of June in the European Union, to use his narrative and to put it in reality inside the wider Balkan regions. Riposte to engagement or active diplomacy, hybrid or more direct threatening diplomacy such as Russia. Constraints, therefore, have the capability to put pressure where and how and when we can, but of course, dialogue. And I will finish saying that, as Sebastian Kurz, Austrian Chancellor, mentioned it, peace in Europe is only possible with Russia, not against her. This is more or less the feeling that President Macron had when he launched, do you remember this, throughout the Trianon Versailles summit in May 2017, the perspective to rebuild or to reboot a European security and confidence architecture. Again, we are here in a region where we must not only engage or must only contain Russia, but to consider the fact that China, throughout its Belt and Road Initiative, is a player in which maybe we have not yet, us from the western part of Europe, sufficiently taken in consideration its position, and this is what I wanted to say in a few phrases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So we exceeded the time, including the break. So in the end, I will point out only 5 main takeaways from these conferences. First of all, COVID-19, it was a provocation, and all the speakers mentioned that it was a setback for the security of the region. Moreover, not only a setback, it proved that brought new challenges to the security situation in the region. Also, the other players had the opportunity, like Russia, China, and also Emmanuel mentioned other players from Middle East, had the gaps and paths to act in the region. Second takeaway, cooperation, cohesion, and mutual understanding among the countries to revise and to improve the actual instruments of cooperation in the region and to boost this. Very important, Romania can be a security provider, but not only, can be also a model for the region and how they and to provide expertise to this. Very important thing you mentioned, Emmanuel. We need, and also Ambassador Diaconescu, an integrated view of the region. Very important, and we have to think about this Black Sea, Western Balkans integrated view, and adding also other actors like European Union and NATO, and other regions like North Africa, Mediterranean, and Asia. Yes, the last point, much more implication of EU bodies and NATO with clear principles and objections. This was my main takeaways of this. I would like very much to thanks to our distinguished panelists, and I think they deserve a big hand from us. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll take a short break, and the next panel will be about energy security, new opportunities to enhance the independence of Southeast Europe, which will be chaired by Mr. Claudiu Boțoc, Vice Dean, Faculty of Economics and Business Administration, West University of Timișoara. So, short break, and in 6 minutes, 10 minutes, we'll be back. Thank you very much.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to our panel session entitled Energy Security, New Opportunities to Enhance the Independence of Southeast Europe. It seems we are running a little out of time, but we will try to recover somehow to make the session according to the agenda. Of course, the topic energy security is gaining an increasing interest and is omnipresent to contemporary discussion about energy issues and climate change. It is well known that energy security always consists of both of a physical unavailability component and a price component, but the relative importance of this depends on the market structure. In this respect, the topic is widely discussed among national and local authorities, international organizations, as well as academic level. Not surprisingly, today I'm joining a conference focused on unavailability component, and tomorrow I'll be joining an academic energy finance conference focused on price components. So once again, a reason for why energy security is considered a hot topic. Since a while, the availability of energy resources is reshaping the map of influence worldwide. Eventual geopolitical control of the further exploitation of resources and the constructions of new pipelines will play a crucial role in the development of the political and economic stances of certain countries, reduce the demand interest for other countries, and somehow alter the relations between key players. Then, when talking about the opportunities, the hallmark of the global energy transition is the competition between fossil fuels, which have powered the world economy for decades, and rising alternative energy resources like wind, solar, and electric vehicles. During this session, it is an honor to have with us such renowned panelists who will share valuable contribution to this topic. And thus, we have here with us Mr. George Niculescu, Secretary of State, Ministry of Energy, Romania, Mr. Alexandru Maximescu, Vice President, Regulatory and Corporate Public Affairs, OMV Petrom, Mr. Christian Egenhofer, Associate Senior Research Fellow and Head of the Energy, Climate and Environment Program at the Center for European Policy Studies, Brussels, Mr. Laurențiu Paciu, Vice President, Energy Policy Group, Romania, and Mr. Claudiu Contanu, Chief Officer Trading and Supply Chain, Rompetrol Gaz International. Let's start with the first panelist, Mr. George Niculescu. You have the floor. We should switch. Okay. As you wish.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the chance to take part in this event on behalf of Minister Virgil Popescu and as a representative of the Ministry of Energy. And to go on directly into the topic, let me start telling you that the recent transformation in the energy system, of course, represents an important opportunity for us all, a process which needs to be addressed through flexible measures and clean technologies. The energy sector is without any doubt the driving force for promoting new technologies, innovation, digitalization, and a greater degree of sector coupling by integrated low-carbon emission energy sources to a greater extent, while assessing the potential of new energy carriers as well. There are specific areas where we need to focus our common efforts, in order to strengthen the energy security and to face the challenges posed by the energy transition. When talking about energy security, especially in our region, allow me first to express the importance of regional cooperation, a principle which lies in the heart of our energy policy. It is essential to work together with our neighbors to actively promote energy cooperation through real initiatives and address the challenges and opportunities raised by the energy transition that we all face, encouraging in the same time innovation in technology and attracting investments in the energy sector. I think our focus should be on deploying consistent efforts to develop low carbon and economical viably solutions that will be able to provide the consumers a low carbon emission energy mix. Allow me to highlight also the potential that cross-border projects have in the enhancement of the regional energy security. Romania has always been concerned in implementing functional gas and electricity interconnections with all the neighboring countries. Bulgaria, Hungary, Serbia, the process is ongoing with Serbia and the Republic of Moldova. Having in mind not only the importance of interconnectivity principle, but also our interest to be part in the major regional energy projects. In the context of enhancing energy security, especially for Romania, I take the opportunity to stress the role of natural gas. In our view, natural gas is an essential bridge fuel, and we consider that it has an important role to play alongside the renewable energy sources in the transition process. Maintaining natural gas as part of the transition will facilitate the replacement of solid fossil fuels while curtailing in the same time the emissions, heading towards new innovative solutions in terms of infrastructure and energy carriers integration that will shape the future of the energy system. For Romania, natural gas brings a significant contribution to the national energy security, and moreover, in the near future, will play an important role in replacing the energy produced out of heavy polluant fossil fuels like coal. It only comes natural for Romania, a country which enjoys significant natural gas reserves, both onshore and offshore, that natural gas represents an important part in the national energy mix. Therefore, we wish to capitalize these national reserves, especially those already identified in the Black Sea, which will facilitate a safe energy transition without jeopardizing the energy security. Having a privileged position in the Black Sea, we are interested in accessing the potential of this natural gas production area of strategic importance in the benefit of the national and regional energy security. Accessing the energy potential of Black Sea could offer Romania the chance to diversify its natural gas supply sources. Therefore, the activity of hydrocarbon production in the Black Sea waters could significantly contribute to increasing Romania's energy security and its potential to become a natural gas exporter in the whole region. As a governmental authority, we are permanently involved in the efforts to strengthen the energy connection in the Black Sea area. For example, we have the projects that we wish to be financed through the 3 Seas initiative. The transformation of the system will certainly involve significant volumes of investments across the technology chain, from the energy producers to smart transmission and distribution of energy, as well as implementation of a new market model based on clean and flexible energy capacities. Furthermore, we should also consider better regulations. Let's not forget about legislative projects and practices to ensure that market conditions will facilitate the energy system integration in the new context. We believe that this represents an essential pillar to facilitate and accelerate the recovery of the energy system. Let me tell you that, in my opinion, a weak framework and the lack of legislative stability and predictability is a liability in the perspective of energy security. I think all this represents essential elements to enhance the energy security in the region, along with encouraging the decarbonization process of the energy system, of course in a cost-effective manner, and in accordance to the European Union's objective towards a low-carbon economy in the context of economic recovery. I would like to finish by saying that I am grateful for the invitation. I hope for constructive and engaging discussions, and I wish to thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niculescu. We will keep the questions until the end of the session. Meanwhile, we will move to the second panelist, Mr. Alexandru Maximescu. Please, you have the floor.
Hello to everybody. It is very good to be back in Timișoara. We've missed Timișoara. It's good to strive towards digitalization, but sometimes such events are really welcomed, and I'm very happy that the new strategy center is continuing the tradition that they've started. I was very pleased to hear State Secretary's speech. It is encouraging for us in the industry to see support coming from public authorities, especially in times of the beginning of the energy transition. Close cooperation between the different stakeholders are very, very important. I will try to be brief, but before starting my speech, I would like to inform you it's breaking news for us in the energy world in Romania. A few minutes ago, on the Bucharest Stock Exchange, Romgaz has announced that they will start exclusive negotiations with ExxonMobil in order to take over 50% of the Neptun block. This is a very important step forward, and this will enable us, OMV Petrom, and Romgaz, if successful in the transaction with ExxonMobil, to start the exploitation of those reserves in the near future. Romania's Black Sea gas could be a game changer for our country, but also for the region. In terms of gas supply, energy transition, and economic prosperity. 2021 is a crucial year for the Black Sea. Our expectation is to see the necessary changes to the legal framework in order to enable the final investment decision. OMV Petrom is committed to support Romania's energy transition, and we consider that Neptun deep gas is a discovery and a praised resource that will move forward. The development of the offshore gas sector represents a historic opportunity for Romania. Romania has a very long-standing legacy when it comes to oil and gas, and is benefiting from a low degree of energy dependency. However, production is expected to continue and decline. Maintaining a low degree of dependence of imports is conditional of development of the offshore resources in the Black Sea. Currently, Romania is importing between 10 and 15% of its gas. Moreover, in the absence of Black Sea gas resources, 40% of Romania's internal gas consumption will be covered by import by 2025. To contract these significant investments in the upstream sector is a necessity. For this year alone, we have budgeted and will invest 2.9 billion RON on exploration and production, drilling and capital works in order to limit the decline as much as possible. Romania is a core country for OMV Petrom, and we will continue to focus on the development of the Black Sea reserves. We believe that the Black Sea region holds promising hydrocarbon reserves. This we have also seen over the past days when Turkey has announced additional significant reserves in the Black Sea. This will put the Black Sea on the map of the big oil and gas developments in the future. OMV Petrom, leaving aside Romania, is present also in a very important license in Bulgaria, exploration license. And we were very happy to announce this year that we have signed with the Georgian government an offshore agreement where exploration works will start end of this year. Given the favorable geological context facilitating the development of the resources discovered in the Black Sea, along will address the concerns regarding security of supply and will set up Romania to become, I dare to say this, to become the biggest gas producer in Europe in future. The natural gas is also an engine of economic growth and will help the energy transition. The energy transition is underway, and in order to meet the EU climate's ambition, we believe that natural gas is the key for Romania, given the availability of resources and infrastructure. A low-carbon energy system requires an optional blending between low-carbon, mature technologies, as gas-to-power, and new technologies expecting to be deployed in the next 10 years on a large scale in the energy system, like carbon capture and storage, battery storage, electrolysis, pyrolysis of hydrogen production. At the same time, according to the National Energy and Climate Plan, natural gas is the backbone of Romania's low-carbon energy strategy in the electricity production, and is, at the same time, a key provider of flexibility to support increasing systems and the integration of renewables. As coal is being phased out, natural gas will fill in the void, as each megawatt produced from gas-fired power plants generates 2.5 times less carbon emission. Romania's economy has considerably grown potential, which could be enabled by the Black Sea gas resources. In 2020, Romania's GDP per inhabitant was roughly 9,000 euros, which placed the country at the 26th place in Europe. This was achieved after a very robust economic growth in the past years. But this can be improved upon by relying on the proven potential of the oil and gas industry, with offshore investments being the most stable solution to secure Romania's energy needs and address economic growth. Very briefly, just to illustrate and underline also what the State Secretary has done. Till now, the total effective taxation rate for gas production in Romania is more than double of the European average. And if we look closer to the Black Sea, we see that Bulgaria ranks much better, as well as Turkey, in comparison with Romania. So this is the real reason why big multi-billion dollar investments have not started. And I think State Secretary has rightly pointed out that the mistakes done in the past will have to be addressed as quick as possible. It is a matter of urgency for sure. The development of the Black Sea will bring approximately 6 billion per year to the state budget. This figure comes from a Deloitte study that was performed in 2018, perhaps not the latest figures, but recently performed by Deloitte. And this is also publicly available. In the absence of the Black Sea gas, the transition in Romania will be a difficult one. Romania has the potential to be the catalyst for economic growth in this region, and after the Romanian demand will be served by the gas in the Black Sea, Romania can and will play also a regional role. We see three big major reasons why the Black Sea development is a great opportunity for Romania. First of all is the independence and security of supply. Second is the significant impact, economic impact that this development could bring to Romania. And the third, as well as very important, is that it will help the environmental and it will drive the environmental transition towards a low and zero carbon economy towards 2050. In the end, I would like to say that Black Sea is a unique opportunity for Romania. These are discovered and appraised resource ready to be developed, which could bring energy security and could help the country energy transition. We talk about investments in the range of multi-billion US dollar, for which investors need stability, predictability, and competitive fiscal terms. We are ready to move forward with the project and expect that the specific legislation will be amended soon in order to get closer and take the final decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maximescu. Now we'll move to the third panelist, Mr. Christian Egenhofer. You are invited to have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you first for inviting me to this important and impressive conference and bringing me to Timișoara, which seems to be a truly European city in many, many respects. Also today, so I'm having two hats. I'm working for the Brussels-based Center for European Policy Studies and then also at the European University Institute in Florence, but today I'm speaking on behalf of CEPS. I'm also, I should add, I'm a proud member of the advisory board of the Romanian Energy Policy Group with Laurențiu, so I think we are slightly overrepresented on this panel today. Now, I'm not a security person, I'm an energy person, so please excuse if some of my points on the security side are, slightly different. The theme is independence of Southeast Europe, and in energy terms, the State Secretary has mentioned it several times. This means interdependence between the different countries, and that means integration of networks, markets, and competition in electricity and gas, very traditional agenda. It's happening slowly for electricity in the framework of the European Union. And in theory, it should also happen in the framework of the energy community for the Western Balkans, but that's only in theory. In practice, it's not happening. Actually, it's going backwards on that side. It is also not happening in gas for very, very different reasons. There is a very strong role of Gazprom in the region, and Gazprom has no interest to compete with each other. Doesn't make any sense. There are vested interests, corruption linked to the gas trade in the region, in the wider region, and there is an over-dependence of some of the countries in the region on Gazprom gas. And of course, there are some homemade issues. You're all aware of the discussions in the last 5-7 years in Romania about the market and the lack of progress there. Now, Alex mentioned it already, the Black Sea gas. Will that make a difference in terms of security? Perhaps, perhaps not. And I leave the answer to Alex, and he seems to have made up his mind. And what it is, yes, we have the Green Deal. The State Secretary mentioned that, and that means we have a very different energy outlook, getting the fossil fuels out rather, soon, and bring in something else. What does it mean for gas? I'm here talking about the European level. In the European gas demand forecast, we see a stability of gas demand until 2030, roughly. European. In Romania, it is different, it may be different, and then falling relatively fast after 2030. When you look at the scenarios, the credible ones. So that makes it a little bit a difficult investment case, I would think. But if that Black Sea gas should play a role, it needs to come out now, fast, tomorrow, really. And there's so many years already lost, but in the end it comes really down to a commercial decision by OMV, Petrom, Romgaz, and of course with the help of the government. I'm sure OMV, Petrom, and Romgaz have looked at the numbers. They keep looking at the numbers constantly, whether this investment case holds. Now, let me go away from gas now and look to other opportunities. If the gas comes, that's good for security of supply. If it doesn't, is that of the end of the world? Probably not. So what are the other opportunity? And the biggest opportunity, and I think much more important, and the State Secretary mentioned this, is the offshore wind potential in the Black Sea, which is huge. It's absolutely stunning. When you look at the World Bank figures, for Romania, there is just for fixed offshore, which means the stuff you put in the ground, in the shallow waters, you have about 22 gigawatt. These are World Bank figures. 22 gigawatt is far more than the peak load of Romania. So you would have far more power than you need when you have the highest demand. And when you look at the floating, which is, when you have the installations floating, which comes in terms of economics certainly after 2035, but up to 2040, etc. So you have 54 gigawatt hours. So that means, several times what Romania would need in terms to cover the peak load. So there is, and you look the numbers at Bulgaria, they are not as stunning as for Romania, but still far in excess what Bulgaria needs. And if you look at the numbers for Ukraine, this is many, many times what the region needs. So the region could become a big supplier of electricity. Now, altogether, several times what there is. Now, this is low-carbon electricity, and an important element of this is Offshore wind, we are thinking about it coming on stream around 2030. Offshore wind has a very, very high load factor, 50%, up to 50%, perhaps more. So 50% of the time the installation delivers electricity. This compares to solar, which goes maximum to 20%, or onshore wind, which goes to under 30%. So this is a game changer. These high load factors really make it a very stable source of electricity, very much being able to replace coal, which is dying or is already dead. Offshore wind could also drive the industrialization producing hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen based on electricity. Now, what is the key point? Now I come to the security aspect. Again, for this to happen, you need electricity grid integration. Building grids now, it does not make any sense to keep the electricity in Romania because it's just too much and the grid will not be able to handle it. There will be not enough demand. So the point is really to create long distance corridors up to Slovakia, maybe sounding strange, but the kind of power that is available in theory, if the things go right, will have to have the potential to feed industrial clusters in further west. And this is, again, here we come with the security. You need to cooperate. You need to start building the grids now and to cooperate with the people and with the neighboring countries. That is probably the best, no, it's certainly the unique opportunity to decrease dependence on Russian gas, or gas if you wish, and it will require strengthening the integration of the grid, building pan-European grids, and in the end of the day, I guess we are best off creating markets and increase trade. So for me, the outlook is quite positive. We had heard the positive gas story, and I hope it comes through that way, and I leave that to other people. So if you look at the risk, and that's my last point, just one sentence, probably the biggest energy security risk is not the gas or the electricity. It is probably the cybersecurity risk, attacks to the electricity grid, attacks to the gas grids, and to the energy infrastructure, which we have seen happening in the US, but also in other places. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Egenhofer. Now we will move to the fourth panelist, Mr. Laurențiu Paciu from Energy Policy Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today, and special thanks to the organizers. As usual, this is a fantastic event. And lastly, thank you, Timișoara, for giving us some sunshine. We just arrived from Bucharest this morning, and the weather is horrible. It's quite a challenge to talk about energy security after Christian delivered his speech, but I will still try to do my best to capture your interest on offshore wind potential in the Black Sea. Anna, please, the presentation. Thank you. So, since it appears, given the news given by our colleague from OMV Petrom today, that we are close to ticking the box on natural gas in the Black Sea, I would like to guide you through another potential opportunity in terms of energy that the Black Sea offers us for free, and that is offshore wind. Before getting into details to reveal you interesting figures about this potential, I would like to stick a little bit to the regional energy security context that we're facing at this moment. One fact is certain. We have to turn to a zero carbon economy by 2050. And wind is a reliable, a clean energy source that will have clearly a substantial contribution to this purpose. So we talk about green economy, and we talk about a European wind potential, offshore wind potential of about a demand of offshore wind potential of about between 230 and 450 gigawatts. So it's absolutely huge. The Black Sea offers a good potential for offshore wind. We speak about 435 gigawatts of potential, out of which 269 gigawatts are fixed, and 166 gigawatts could be floating platforms. But at the same time, there are a series of challenges in the Black Sea. First of all, it's the militarization of the Black Sea, which poses challenges as well to the natural gas platforms, as well as to potential to be developed offshore wind platforms. Then we have the so-called A2AD zone, the sea denial, which is promoted by our de facto neighbor, the Russian Federation. You will see later on, I will show you some maps. There's a high frequency of military exercises that are deployed by the Russian Federation in the Black Sea. Some of them, I think in 2019, they even touched our exclusive economic zone, which is exactly the area of the Black Sea where there is offshore wind potential. In terms of energy, particularly natural gas, it is clear that the Black Sea is what the former Romanian president used to call a Russian lake. So Russia completely controls the energy infrastructure system in the Black Sea through Turkish Stream and the Blue Stream pipelines. We haven't seen yet any concrete steps toward the development of an offshore wind strategy in the region, neither in Romania nor our neighbors, the Bulgarians or Ukraine. Now, let's look, now we move from the regional context to the national context. How do things stand in Romania when we speak about energy? Well, due to, I'm not afraid of words, due to a pretty bad management, we managed to become, in the past couple of years, a net energy importer in terms of both natural gas and power. So we should cool down a little bit when we talk about energy independence, because there's already 2 years since we are not energy independent anymore. Given the green economy target, we are supposed to divest coal. But this process is difficult, it has a certain political weight, and it moves at a very slow pace. Then, when we speak about the potential of offshore wind in the Black Sea, we have to consider the grid challenges. Keep in mind that the power grid in Dobroja is under pretty great stress because of the already existing onshore wind farms and the nuclear facility at Chernavoda. So the government will have to think on how to improve the grid capacity. We have been talking about the natural gas potential in the Black Sea already for 10 years. And now we reached a point when hopefully there will be a green light to the OMV Romgaz project, but it's pretty close of becoming obsolete, considering how natural gas is treated now at the European Union level. At the same time, there is a high concentration of the energy sector in the hands of the government. Some people may say, well, look at Gazprom, look at other big energy giants. But please consider that once the government, the state, is the owner of energy undertakings, this might seriously impact competition on the market. Offshore wind was not properly addressed in any of the energy security strategies that have been prepared in Romania or are in the making. I think that this potential of offshore wind should be given a particular attention. In order to develop offshore wind, the government has to design a certain spatial planning of the Black Sea, because there are many impacts that have to be considered, like environmental, wildlife, fishing, sea lanes, commercial lanes, and so on, military impacts. Well, we were just announced a month ago, I think, that the public tender for the award of the consultancy contract for designing this spatial planning was cancelled. So this has to be resumed as soon as possible. And there's also a draft law on offshore wind, which is currently in Parliament. But as usual, we are trying to get political gains out of it. This draft law, unfortunately, has been also addressed in a populistic manner, obliging offshore wind developers to secure local content. Like, let me give you an example, riparian residents should get a share in offshore wind undertakings. You can imagine you take one peasant from the Black Sea coast and you give him shares in an offshore wind company. That will be a pretty difficult task, I would say. And last, we still do not have a government political decision on who will take the burden of this energy transition, because moving to a green economy implies huge amounts of investments, which usually have to be subsidized. Who will take the burden? The consumer, the households, or the taxpayers? So this will also have to be addressed if we indeed plan to develop offshore wind. Next slide, please. So, getting to the Black Sea, as Christian also pointed out, the natural capacity is of about 94 gigawatts, which is 4 times national consumption of power, if we provide a coverage of 100% of the offshore sectors where wind has the best speeds throughout the year. Why offshore wind, you will ask? Because it provides a constant power. It can balance the system. If you use onshore wind, you know, the wind doesn't blow continuously onshore, but it does blow continuously on the sea. Not to mention, everybody's talking about hydrogen these days. If we talk about green hydrogen, which is hydrogen produced through electrolysis using renewable energy, well, offshore wind is the key to produce green hydrogen. The best speeds in the Black Sea, in the exclusive economic zone, EEZ, of Romania, the best sectors are in partly in the deep water sector, which means that they are farther from the shore. I mentioned the grid connection challenges, I mentioned the spatial planning, but another positive input that offshore wind could bring is the development of the Constanța port. Because you can imagine that managing, maintaining a wind farm requires a certain infrastructure and logistics, which can only be developed in a port facility. Not to mention that, of course, offshore wind farms will create new jobs, will develop new supply chains, and why not regional cooperation with our neighbors? As Christian correctly pointed out, there will be so much power that we will have to export it. Next slide, please, Anna. I will show you now some data. Please consider that these data are from satellite imagery. So our estimation at EPG is that measurements will be taken on site these figures might increase by 15 to 20%. So let's move ahead, Anna. Thank you. I'm not sure you can see the figures, but let me explain. What is light blue is the territorial sea, and what is those small dots with dark blue, that is the EEZ, the Exclusive Economic Zone. So, in the Exclusive Economic Zone, its significant part consists of deep water, which has a depth of more than 50 meters. This part is suitable for floating offshore wind platforms. The average distance in Europe for an offshore wind farm is from the shore, calculated from the shore, is about 60 kilometers, which means that in the Exclusive Economic Zone, the best sector for developing wind farms will be in this transition area from shallow waters to deep water. The farther from the shore, however, the grid connection will have to be more strong, more resistant. We need a 155 kilovolts HDVC cable, a high voltage direct current cable. So this has to be considered by any investor. Next slide, please. In this image, you can see a spatial distribution of the average wind speed. So the wind, as you can, I hope you can see, the wind speed increases the farther from the shore. Only the central part of the EEZ, which is deep water, has higher wind speeds. So, however, in the southeastern part of the EEZ, you can see that the wind speed decreases. Next, Anna, please. Now, this is about capacity factor. What is a capacity factor? It is used to calculate the efficiency of a particular generator, a wind mast. Calculations done here are for one turbine and not a wind farm which is composed of more turbines. Next, please, Anna. Here we have a capacity factor calculation for a Vestas turbine. We had to do a modulation and which have chosen Vestas turbines, which results in a power output of between 30 and 39 gigawatts a year for one turbine. Now the next, please. Well, this is the most interesting map. It shows us where the greatest potential lies, considering wind speed and distance to the shore and depth of water. So the orange cluster is located in an area where water depths are below 50 meters. We speak about an area of about 400 square meters and a capacity factor of between 33 and 35%. The distance from the shore is between 40 and 60 kilometers. So we are close to Constanța port, and we are close to the southern border with Bulgaria, which allows for regional interconnectors. The pink cluster in the northeastern part is the best area with the best wind speeds. The distance, we talk about an area of approximately between 40 and 80 square kilometers and a capacity factor of above 34%. It is 40 kilometers from the shore, but the grid leads to the Danube Delta, which is a protected area, and it's pretty far from the port of Constanța. Next slide, please. Another one, thank you. Now, everything looks nice, there is potential, but there are also certain challenges. As you have seen, the highest potential lies in the EEZ, the Exclusive Economic Zone. However, as I previously pointed out, there are certain military and commercial challenges in this EEZ zone. The very first is the fact that in the past 2-3 years, the Russian Navy has frequently reserved parts of our EEZ for military exercises. If you compare the first left picture to the one in the middle, you can see that those areas that were dedicated to military exercises overlap with both areas which have a good offshore wind potential. So it would not be very pleasant for an investor and for a country like Romania to have military Russian ships jumping around our turbines. Then there is also a commercial challenge. Look on the right-hand picture. As you can see, the most intensive commercial naval routes are crossing our EEZ. And I would bet that they do cross those sectors that I previously showed you as having a high offshore wind potential. Next slide, please. Nevertheless, all these challenges should not preclude us, refrain us from developing offshore wind given its high power potential. And I dare to say that having offshore wind farms could also have a certain relevance for the military. But of course, this is for military experts to decide. Just like the Russians do when they lay submarine natural gas pipelines. They put signal intelligence on them. We could do the same on our turbines. Why not, from a tactical perspective, having fixed or floating wind farms might impede military navigation of opposing countries. So it might have a certain capacity of sea denial. And it is proven that wind turbines have a certain degree of radar interference. So this might be relevant to the military. Now, more than that, I would say that developing the offshore wind potential might possibly also trigger a certain appetite for the Romanian army to turn green. Just last week, NATO has engaged, there was a conference, this week on Monday, NATO started working on the NATO Climate Action Plan. And I have to tell you that the target is to eliminate CO2 footprint by 2050. For instance, the UK Army has started already to install solar panels in their garrisons. I think last year they installed the very first solar panel in a large garrison. So I think it's time also for the Romanian army to turn green. You will ask how? Well, very simply, on the fixed asset side, you could put solar panels, you could put heating pumps, and you would most probably dramatically decrease your utility bill. And with that money that you saved, you could spend it on military procurement or raising salaries for the military. On the mobility side, if you use offshore wind, as I pointed out, you can produce green hydrogen. Then you use that green hydrogen to produce, and we have a very nice refinery in Petromedia, you can produce synthetic fuels. Of course, this would involve much higher investments to turn your entire military equipment, mobile equipment, on synthetic fuels. But I think that people in the defense sector should really consider this opportunity of the green economy, and I'm pretty certain that it will have certain advantage for the military as well. This should be all. I thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Paciu. Last but not least, our fifth panelist, Claudiu Contanu from Rompetrol Kazmuiai Gaz.
Okay, hello dear participants. First of all, I would like to thank West University of Timișoara and New Strategy Center for organizing this event and also for inviting us to be part of it. For us, it is first time in 5 years and we really appreciate it. If we discuss about energy security in Balkans, in Southeast Europe, I would like to highlight several aspects. We all understand that Europe and, of course, Southeast Europe is not a region rich of crude oil resources. This means that, based on statistics several years ago, around 80% of crude oil is actually imported into Europe, mainly coming from CIS countries, coming from Gulf, West Africa, and US. So actually Europe, it's, I would say, totally dependent on the crude oil coming from different other geographical regions. How do we, KMGI, Rompetrol, contributes to this, let's say, energy sector of the region? Well, we are part of the Kazakhstan National Oil Company. We have our own crude oil resources. And we became, in the past years, one of the main players of supplying crude through the Black Sea corridor into the entire Black Sea region and also into the Mediterranean Sea. Overall, per year, we reached a level of more than 12 million tons of crude supplying from Kazakhstan. This way, we are actually contributing to the energy sector, energy security, bringing actually natural resources from Central Asia to Europe. Secondly, and one important aspect that we are proud of and that we believe that we contribute this way to the energy security of Balkans and of the region is the constant actually investments that we are doing into increasing the capacity and modernization of our Petromedia refinery. Several years ago, we finished investments and we increased capacity to 5 million tons of crude processed, which actually made us to be the biggest refinery in Romania. Actually, considering the crude processing and the finished products that we obtain, we can say that we have around 40 to 45% refining capacity inside the country. In terms of finished products, we have more than 2.5 million tons of diesel, and very important to understand that the entire Black Sea region and the Balkan region, it's a diesel market. I would say that 80% of fuel consumptions in the region is diesel, and only 20% it is gasoline. All our diesel production goes in countries like Romania, of course, home market, Bulgaria, Serbia, Moldova, and Georgia. So exclusively into the Balkans and Black Sea region. In terms of jet, we have the biggest production capacity. We have around 400,000 tons per year. With this production, we cover, let's say, almost all airports into the country. So our jet actually reaches not only Otopeni and Băneasa, but also other airports like Craiova, Suceava, and so on. Considering diesel, jet, and also gasoline production, I can actually say that we are covering we could cover around 40% of the home market demand. Another important aspect, which actually is helping us to bring our contribution to the energy security in the region, is the fact that we have our own crude oil terminal. So we are not dependent on anybody except us. As you probably know, we have a crude offshore terminal around 8.6 kilometers on the sea. And we are bringing to our own refinery 5 million tons. But what is more important is that we have the technical capacity to bring 16 million tons of crude via this crude terminal offshore, which actually covers the entire demand of Romania. Another important aspect is that we have our own, how we call it, export berths. So our products could reach in the shortest notice in the Balkans and Black Sea region, which actually contributes to improving the time from the moment that product is produced and reached to the end users. Another important element that we are proud of, it's about petrochemicals. We are actually the only producers of polypropylene and polyethylene in Romania. Maybe you know, these are let's say, small elements which produce from plastic bags, like plastic raffias that we all find in Mega Image, Carrefour, plastic baskets, and so on and so forth. But what is very important is that last year, when we were in full let's say, lockdown, full pandemic, and nobody knew in which direction we will go, we proved that we have possibility to produce one special grade, which actually was supplied to our local mask producer. And this actually, we started the process in May 2020, and in August 2020 started the delivery process. And again, considering the fact that worldwide there were several, disruptions on the supply chain in terms of masks deliveries and in terms of feedstock for masks, we are very proud that last year we managed to contribute, let's say, delivering in time and enough quantity to the local mask producer. If we discuss also a little bit about our contribution in the infrastructure, I would like to mention that in Vega Refinery in Ploiești, which has a capacity of around 400,000 tons per year, we are producing more than 130,000 tons bitumen, which actually represents around 20% of Romania consumption. Our plan is actually to improve and to increase the capacity. We are analyzing together with our shareholder possibility to have a new plant of 150,000 tons, because we all understand that infrastructures in Romania and into the Balkan region, it has a great potential for improvement. Of course, this is mainly related to, let's say, standard fossil fuels, I would say. But we all understand that actually we expect that the entire area of Europe, even if maybe Balkans, Southeast Europe with some small delay versus Western Europe, this is clear for us. It's clear that we will be impacted by this European Green Deal, the plan to decarbonize EU economy by 2050, and this probably in I don't know, tens of years, if not shortly, will actually profoundly change actually the economy. In this context, of course, we as KMG Rompetrol, we are looking for renewable alternatives. We are looking actually for projects which will help us contribute to this key climate and energy targets set at the European Union level. In May 2021, we are proud to mention that we started the development of the cogeneration plant on the Petromedia platform, so the main place where is the main refinery. This is a new production capacity and will generate approximately 80 megawatt of electricity, of which around 60 to 65 will actually be used to cover the entire electricity needs on the platform, and the rest actually will be a surplus and will be introduced into the national grid. This way, by having this project, it will support the group's targets and to reduce the carbon impact. In conclusion, what I would like to say is that we believe that by the three refineries that we have, Petromedia, petrochemicals on the same platform, Vega in Ploiești, which I think is the oldest in Romania, by all the improvements that we have done into modernization and upgrading them, all the investments that we've done into the logistics part to receive feedstock raw materials and actually to export products which are 80-90% sold into the Balkan and Southeast Europe, we bring our contribution to the energy security in the region, and we will continue to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Contanu. Now, despite the fact that we are running out of the time, let's show a proof of resilience for a short time for questions, if there are for our panelists. Well, first of all, maybe from the audience. Yes, please. Somebody from technical staff, can you support us with the microphone? Please, here in front, we have the first query. Here it's...
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Maria Šošić. I'm from the Consulate General of the Republic of Serbia here in Timișoara. I want first of all to send regards to organizers from UVT and then Strategy Center, and to all panelists and distinguished guests. Actually, I don't have the questions for the second panelist. I want to refer to the first panel statements. So first of all, I'm privileged to be here with you in this very important forum about security in Balkan. It's very important and a privilege for me to be in one country, Romania, which does not recognize self-proclaimed Kosovo. So Serbia is grateful to Romania for its support, for its territorial integration, and for the path toward European Union. So in this context, I want to point out that there is no room for an approach where Serbia will impose some conditions that no one state have had before for approachment and enters to European Union. So referring the first, let's say, statement from the first panels regarding dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina, I want to point out that Serbia is commits to the dialogue with Pristina and consider it as the only reasonable and sustainable solution which can reach only through the political and diplomatic negotiations with the full respect of international law and full respect of national interest of Serbia and Serbians in Kosovo and Metohija. So Serbian official position is that in this approach, in this negotiation between Belgrade and Pristina, it's very important that anyway we get something and neither will get everything. So it's very important to point out that Serbia wants to enter to European Union, but and wants to negotiate, but not to receive any kind of ultimatums. So the second thing from the first panel.
Please try to conclude if possible.
Yes, regarding COVID. And I want to point out that Serbia is one of the leaders combating very successfully COVID pandemic. So it's one of the third European states that started to vaccinate his population. So we have 4 different vaccines in our disposal, and we are making donations also to some neighbors countries. So we hope that at the end of this month we will reach 50% of our adult population vaccinated, so around 2.5 million adult persons. So
okay, thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you.
Other questions, please? Meanwhile, I had a question for Mr. Christian Eugenhofer as well as for Mr. Laurențiu Paciu. What does the Green Deal mean for Romanian economy, and how the transitions will look like in the Balkan EU countries? You can answer from your table because the microphone is working too.
I mean, first of all, I think it's important to be clear. The Green Deal is not something which is top-down, which is mandated by Brussels, mandated by anybody. It's a national strategy to move towards climate neutrality at a time which is set. That's the logic of the Paris Agreement, where countries set their pledges, say we want to reduce that much by that time and with these policies. So that is really the important part. And what it then means for Romania, it is linked to the region. There has to be some sort of regional strategy, but in the end of the day, we know a number of technologies that exist, but it will be the choice of the Romanian governments to come up with a strategy that is most suitable, and addressing issues of who pays for what, the transition, how much gas, and how you want to go in the longer term. So what I see in the region very much a lack of a strategy at the moment, and it's still very much not just here, but also in other countries. You very often hear, Brussels has mandated to do this. The Romanian government has agreed to that as well. So it is really part of this national energy and climate plans, but also the recovery plans. That, I think, is now the key point to help to bring them in line with the long-term ambitions of climate neutrality whenever this will be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Paciu, if you have something to add to? It should work, I think.
Is it working? Yeah,
yes.
Thank you. Well, Green Deal, green economy, I would say it's actually a revolution. So let's not blow it. As Christian pointed out, we will have to develop strategies to have access to that financing, and we have to come up with sustainable projects. I can only hope that we will not kill the Green Deal initiative with our traditional bureaucracy or with our political games. Just look what happened with the National Resilience Plan. I mean, I don't think personally that it's a proper way to how to manage such a huge and complex exercise. So it is a revolution, but it relies solely on us how we will manage to be a part of it.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question for Mr. George Niculescu as well as for Mr. Alexandru Maximescu. To what extent will the exploitation of the offshore gas reserves from the Black Sea could alleviate the dependency of the Balkans on one single supplier, and how if it could be a catalyst for further regional economic cooperation?
Thank you for the question. Of course, depending on the Russian gas is not a very comfortable position nowadays, and we want to expand our sources of production, natural gas, in order to be independent from this point of view. Depending on how many, how we will be able to assess this problem, of course we can, from a dependent country on Russian gas, will become an independent country, and through the connections that I think should be made available, why not become a regional player and becoming a country which will export gas to the neighboring partners.
Thank you. Mr. Maximescu.
Very briefly also from my side. I think once the gas in the Black Sea will be produced, this will serve first of all Romania, so that means Romania will be self-sufficient. And looking at analysis that were done by big consultancy companies, an additional of 4 to 5 BCM would be still available from Romanian production for the region. In terms of figures, that would imply, or that could imply, that we could cover the Bulgarian and the Republic of Moldova consumption, just to give you a scale of what a role Romania could play. So definitely in the decades to come, Romania will be self-sufficient and will play a role in the region. Transgas has played an important role in building the Brua pipeline that is already connecting Romania-Bulgaria with Hungary. The connection to the Republic of Moldova is already finalized. The pipeline is reaching now Chisinau. I have heard from Transgas there are big plans also to connect to Serbia. So for sure Romania will play a regional role in the decades to come. Thanks.
Thank you. And one more question for Mr. Cantanu. How will the big energy players react to Green Deal requirements, and to what extent do they will get involved in new projects like hydrogen opportunities?
Yes. Thank you for the question. For sure, all the energy players will react. Doesn't actually matter if it is small or if it is big players. You've seen what happened also with Shell, where actually they were obliged to start working on the measures to, let's say, decrease the carbon footprint. We as a group, we also started to take measures. We have two main projects. One, as I mentioned, the cogeneration plant, which started 1 month ago, May 2021. And our plan is to actually start the construction, and we plan to finalize it by July 2023. And the second one is to include electrical charges in the filling stations that we are having. Of course, we have also several other projects on the tables, analyzing them, and we need to prepare all of us for what will come. Thank you.
Thank you for the answers. Once again, I would like to express many thanks to all the panelists for their valuable contributions. Many thanks to the whole audience. According to the agenda, now there will be a break until 2:30, and then the conference will continue at 2:30 with the next session entitled EU and NATO Enlargement in the Western Balkans and the Impact of Post-Pandemic Challenges, which will be moderated by Mr. Silviu Rogobete. Thank you everyone, and see you later.